EPD, Air Products, enters into long-term contract to supply world-leading memory chip maker in Malaysia. That's Alpha Papa Delta EPD.
Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. So wait for the markets to settle down before we do anything. All right, 9:38. Katrina's in the room. Kimberly's in the room. All right, so the markets have been trending since about the second week of April. After it moved above the 9 and 21 day, the 9 and 21 and the 50 all turned higher. Price moved above the 9, the 21, the 50, and the 200 day over the last few months. And now we are in a little correction mode. So the takeaway that the weekend video discussed was wait for the markets to set up. Okay, we could continue to move lower. If you're worried about the markets, then buy some puts. They're going to be expensive, but buy some puts close to the money. If you're like me, rather than wasting money right now, I am just going to sit and wait for the markets, for the market makers, dealers, and institutions to show their hand. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, so we're taking out the low of the day. Yeah.
ESX, Diana Shipping announcing time charter contract for MV News. That's Delta Sandy X-ray DSX.
Yeah, we still have some things to move. We're going to do that on Saturday. Wait for the markets to either bounce or search out some lower levels. Let's see what tick looks like. Tick towards the end of the day on Friday looked like it was going to continue higher, but it's still making lower lows and lower highs. We got an extreme tick last week, minus 1678. We're trading 7.7 to 1 down volume. So got a lot of selling going on. All right, audio okay? Mic check, mic check. All right, what are you guys looking at? What are you looking at? I'm not really crazy about anything right now. Workhorse seems to be going, huh? Let me take a look at Workhorse. AMD's lower. There goes Disney. Disney's on the move. Disney's on the move. That looks good. NKLA, Beyond Meat. Short gold for day trade. Yeah, gold looked precarious in a descending triangle pattern. We noticed that as well. So it makes you wonder, if they're not trading safety, what are they doing? My guess is that they're just letting the markets unwind some of the gains and some of the overbought levels, come back to more reasonable value areas, and they'll start picking up shares. Why should you try to go long when stocks, for the most part, are going to be dragged with the indices? So I'm not doing anything at the moment. I'm literally just sitting and watching, looking for a setup or two. Just need one good trade a day. As you know, Workhorse, we're looking for a follow through. Tesla. So we're looking for Tesla to bounce. I want to add to some shares to my kids' accounts. They have 4 years until my oldest makes it to college entrance, so that's really 5. All right, Tesla's back down again this morning. All right, the markets look like they're going to bounce right here. We had a bounce earlier. Friday, we bounced at this very same area. Friday, we bounced at the very same area. Futures. All right, so futures are bouncing at Friday's low. So SPY will give you the same area. That low right there on Friday. All right, so we're just waiting. We're waiting for the opening range. It could be, with the markets down from the highs over the last few days. On Thursday, we sold off. We hit 35.82 or so. We sold off to 33.40. We're at that on Friday, and we're back down to that level right now. We're bouncing at 33.40. We're doing this on 10 to 1 down volume. So that's telling you to stay the hell off the train tracks or you get mowed down. Okay. wait until the opening range. You want to see what institutions are doing. The way we do that is to look. All right, so we wait for the opening range for one basic reason. We want to see what institutions are doing. How do we do that? We look for VWAP and price to be above VWAP. That's the only way we can determine without looking over their shoulder. Together with VWAP and relative volume, can we tell what institutions are up to? It's like the banks looked good going into today, but they are off a bit and moving lower. So we're not interested in the banks. Workhorse is trading 2-to-1 up volume. So now Workhorse could be a trade today. Workhorse could be a trade today, but it's got to stay above VWAP after, say, 10:15. Yep, capitulation. I would agree with Jim. All right, SPY's still moving lower. Let's go to the 60-minute. If I don't seem nervous, it's because I am not. Disney's going. Disney looks good. Let's take a look at Disney on the daily time frame. All right, so we need to break out of this range that we've seen for the last 2 weeks. Bollinger Bands are tight, so Disney for day trade only. Swing traders might get stuck in this pattern until we break out, so I wouldn't do anything on Disney from a swing trade basis. Workhorse looks good. Workhorse is starting to shape up as a potential trade. Workhorse is looking good. We've got 1.5 to 1 up volume. See if we can't get something going on Workhorse. There goes Workhorse. Okay, good. What a crazy few days this has been. So many tasks to check off. Let's see what Workhorse is doing. Yeah, Workhorse looks good. All right, no follow through yet. So I'm going to wait for Workhorse to around 10:15. I still want to see RVol pick up a bit more. We had some selling at the highs. Relative volume was over 2 at that point. Relative volume was above 2. AMD is bouncing. That might start trending today. Raytheon, let's see what gold is doing. I see Jen short gold. All right, looks like it's going to hold this level here on the 60-minute. Finding buyers on gold at this level. All right. Workhorse, yeah, that looks good. Looks good. Workhorse. I already have shares on Workhorse. Okay, AMD is on the move. AMD starting to move. Workhorse, I might add to it. I have a position.
DHL, Red Hill getting a big spike, getting a spike in volume here. Romeo Delta Hotel Lima shares moving higher. $8.10, up about 9% after the company reporting that their phase 2 and 3 is ongoing with negative for severe COVID-19 pneumonia. Shows complete inhibition of SARS-CoV-2. That's from DHL.
All right, so that looks good. So far, so good.
Slack company closed today. Activity in the September 30 call on the announcement of Kilo.
AMD looking better. We've got Cloudera trying to entice buyers. Gold is holding at the low. Workhorse. Keep going. Keep going, baby. Just need to see volume now. Workhorse. Work. WORK looks good too. WORK looks good.
ADV Advantage Solutions possible withdrawal of its registration statement on Form S1. That's Alpha Delta Victor.
It looks like a big range on Slack. Could run back up to those levels. That recent pivot. All right, that looks okay. Work. All right, what I'm really interested in is what stocks are showing high RVOL that are green and staying above VWAP. If they meet those criteria, then you have a pretty good shot at a good day trade. We've got NIMO at minus 77. That's telling you the selling is exceeding the buying by a wide margin when it dips that quickly. We saw that over the weekend video. We had mostly neutral indicators with four bullish, I believe 15 or 14 were neutral and 2 were bearish, I believe, if I remember correctly. All right, so right now we're just sitting and waiting, watching. I want to add to Workhorse, but it hasn't followed through yet above the high of the day. So we're watching Workhorse, of course. Okay. Patience, patience, patience. That's what we need to wait for. Hey, Rob. Etsy, NVIDIA. We got NVIDIA and Etsy, it looks like, are working. Tesla looks like it's going to turn here. All right, so the way the institutions look at things, they want to buy the dip. If Gamma can manage to stay positive in this correction, they're going to buy the dip. All right, so the opportunity is there for those who have traded dip buying. Okay, the pullbacks. If you're used to trading pullbacks, you've got an opportunity right now. So I'm going to limit my exposure, but I know that we should see some bounces. People that try to go short at the low of the day out of fear wind up regretting it. From my experience, I can say that as well. You want to short at resistance, at highs, basically. You don't want to be short at the lows because that could be potential support. Knowing what institutions do at the lows of the day or pullbacks, especially after a move Thursday and Friday, would dictate that they'll be looking for areas to buy now that things have unwound a bit and are not so extended. All right, there goes Caterpillar. Caterpillar on the move. Caterpillar on the move. Cat's starting to move here. All right, so we know where that low is for SPY on Friday, right? So we're watching for a bounce here. And there's Caterpillar. Caterpillar looks like it's going to start going. It is 10 o'clock. So workhorse, we're looking for a follow through and a breakout above the 18, 19, 20 level. And Rob is looking at Etsy. So SPY needs to square it away. All right, Etsy's going. Etsy is looking like it's going to continue. It's staying above VWAP. VWAP signal is all green, the VWAP signal. Those little green bars, if you have Grover's script, those little green bars are telling you slope is continuing to move upward and price is moving away. So that's a bullish setup. Just looking for a higher R-ball. AMD continuation. AMD looking good. Continuation. Okay. So Etsy is included within the S&P 500 now. Mic check, mic check. Okay, workhorse at the high. ADI starting to turn. AMD is really starting to book higher. Mic check, mic check. Thank you. I might have pressed the mute button by accident. I hear you. All right, so look, folks, I'm not doing anything risky today. We've had a 3-day sell-off so far. Thursday was the start of it. I'm not even sure why the market started to sell off. I was busy packing and getting ready to leave New Jersey. Thursday and Friday, Mikey was on, so I'm not sure what was said or the reasoning behind the sell-off, other than the fact that we're way overbought. Makes sense to me to sell off a little bit. Unwind some of this, some of these gains that we've seen. All right, so workhorse is continuing to move higher. So here's the way I think. Okay, so let's say first off, one good trade a day is all it takes, right? So my thinking is workhorse is working. Now, so is Etsy, so is Slack, so are many other names. So my thinking is I don't need to chase a bunch of positions. I'll just add to workhorse, or I'll add to an existing position in AMD as it continues higher, or I'll add to something like ADI, Alpha Delta India, another chip stock, or I might add to Tesla or Disney. I mean, there's a lot of things I could add to, but I don't want to take on all 6 or 8 new stocks today because there's just too much risk there. So my focus, personally, can't tell you what to do. My focus would be, um, if you were me, I'd be looking at adding to Workhorse and maybe one other name. I can do very well with 2 stocks, whether it's options or day trade around my core position. My core position in Workhorse, for example, would be 500 shares. I've got 500 shares from the 15s and 16s. As it continues to move higher each day, I might day trade around that core position. I'll keep my core position always mindful of, I want to trail my stops. But as Workhorse moves higher, I'll continue to day trade it because that'll make my $500 a day or $1,000 a day, whatever your goal is. $500 a day. On average, if you manage $500 a day after some losses, that's why it's good to focus on a couple of names. If you can manage $500 a day, that's $10,000 a month. Most people can live on $10,000 a month very comfortably. Double it if you make $1,000 a day. You get the point. So it doesn't take a lot to do that. What does create a headwind, in my experience, is that you take on too many open positions thinking, oh, I like this stock today, and you add to it. Oh, I like this stock today, you add to it. And before you know it, by the end of the week, you've got 12 open positions. And now what happens if the market pulls back and half a dozen of your stocks are in a sector that gets hit? Much easier to day trade around a core position if you're doing, say, Workhorse and AMD. That's just the way I look at it, you know? So, all right, let me do something here. All right. So ADI continuation. So I got to go back down to New Jersey one more time. I've got some things in storage that I need to move up here. Found this really nice storage facility. It's like public storage, the IBD, occasionally IBD 50 STOR. Let's see how STOR is doing. Maybe I want to invest in it because a lot of people are moving. A lot of people are moving. Store capital. Actually, they don't do the storage. What they do is they finance other businesses, I believe. I have to look that up. Our Workhorse continues to move higher. All right, so I'm making money. I'm going to make at least a $500 goal today. Maybe we'll make $1,000 or higher goal. I'm talking about 6 accounts now. Okay, so if I buy something in my personal account, many times I'll do it in my kids' accounts. That's 2. I got a business account. That's 4 total, and then my wife's account. That's 5, and then I also have my retirement account. That's 6. So I'll duplicate the same trade. Or the same position in those accounts. If I'm bullish on my trading account, I should be bullish in my other accounts as well. All right, so Workhorse looks good. Etsy continuation. So I'm watching Rob's trade. I don't necessarily need to trade it. I like the setup. Somebody else might be in Etsy. Rob is certainly in Etsy. And what it's doing is a very good example. Just like Workhorse, you can see the VWAP and price moving away from VWAP. That's telling you the stock's under pressure. It's moving. All right, so relative volume on Workhorse is 1.7 and climbing. Raytheon is turning. Etsy, let's see what the relative volume on Etsy is. Etsy's relative volume is 3.6, so it's even more in play. It's even more in play, okay? So Etsy was a nice entry earlier out of the opening range when Rob first mentioned it. about 35, 40 minutes ago. Right now, I would not chase it because you'd be subject to a potential B pivot or a pullback. So you want to wait for the pullback now. You just want to have patience. If you want to learn how to be a professional trader and do this for a living, you just have to have patience. You know, you're not going to buy if you have a coffee shop, you're not going to buy your product at high rates. You're going to try to find a better rate for your products, whether it's your pastries or whatever. You're not going to pay top dollar for your pastries. You're going to find a good baker that's coming into the business, and you're going to buy at a lower price, and then you're going to watch your profits grow. Same thing with stocks. I know it's a bad analogy, but you get the point. Don't buy the high of the day. That's critical to learn how to make it through the day without buying the highs. You want to be buying these pullbacks, and it just takes a little bit of patience. Snap. Let's take a look at Snap for Grant. Snap. Let's take a look at Snappy Snap. Snap looked good last time I looked at it, last week. We day traded it. Snap is trading. The only thing I don't like about Snap, Grant, is that there's very low relative volume. It's moving higher, but it's doing so on very low volume. Now VWAP is moving. You've got a good day trade there. It's just be aware of the fact that the institutions don't appear to be trading it. Okay, relative volume. Now relative volume, what does that mean? It means I'm comparing my 5-minute chart on Workhorse to the 5-minute chart on Friday. And right now I can see yellow bars. So it's sneaking above, if you got Grover scripts, it's sneaking above the gray or Friday volume. And it's sneaking above in a very big way. It's about to go to 2-to-1, which is telling me institutions are buying. Snap looks good. I like it. Yeah, Nikola, wait for the pullback. See, people are practicing the same trading methodology. That's good. Disney looks like it wants to go today. If it breaks out, great. Workhorse is breaking out, moving away from VWAP. Caterpillar looks good. Let me see what Intel looks like. All right, Intel coming off the low. Workhorse is still going. Etsy starting to flag. All right, so if you had bought in the last 5 minutes thinking, oh, I got to chase Etsy because it's up on 3-to-1 relative volume, you're probably saying, oh, I probably should have waited. Looking for that B pivot. All right, Workhorse looks like it could be an area where you might want to take some profits off. Got a nice burst in volume though. Okay. So Workhorse is starting to show signs of creating a B pivot. I could take some off here of my day trade. All right, so I'm already starting to see the benefit of buying the dip on many stocks. AMD is nearly back to Friday's close. A couple of pennies away at this point. Big move off the low of the day. So AMD, that's telling you something. That's telling you that institutions see that as an opportunity. There was a lot of trades last week and the week before on the 100, 100 and the 120 strikes out in January. So you can look at that open interest. They bought at a good price and their options are doing well, even though they're out of the money. Workhorse looks like it's going to go some more. We've got some sellers up there, but buyers keep snapping shares up at the high of the day. Keeps going from red to yellow. All right. All right. Slack, if it pulls back to VWAP, all right, here goes Workhorse. Looks like we're going to get some profit taking at the highs. Let me just do something real quick before I answer that. Yeah, generally a pullback to VWAP is an area to look for potential entry. Workhorse, let me see what looks like on the daily. All right, Workhorse looks like it's at the top of its range. 22 was the recent highs. All right, looks like they're going to sell some of this Workhorse. Yeah, Workhorse, I'm up quite a bit. So I'm going to take some profits off on Workhorse. All right, I took some profits off on Workhorse, the day trade shares. All right, took some profits off there on Workhorse. Look for it to come back. Maybe it comes back and gives us a B pivot. The thing I'm concerned about with Workhorse 22 is that 22 level looks like the top of the range. So it's made quite a climb off the 15 zone where we started looking at it 15, 1550, 1575, some average prices up through 16. That was a 6-point move in Workhorse. Mr. Patel, I am going to send you a example of RVol. I'm sure you're familiar with it already, but I can show you why and when buying Workhorse day trade shares made sense. And the script is available, a custom script that Oh, Bradley's on his way. All right, so a custom script is available through Grover. You got to pay for it, but it's definitely worth the cost. Let's see. All right, Workhorse looks like it's going to go some more. So if this holds, it starts to move, I can day trade it again. All right, watching Workhorse. No hurry there. Etsy pulling back. Etsy's going to give you a B pivot. AMD had a nice run. It's pulling back a little bit too. Gold. No follow through. All right, so the question was regarding work, Slack. It's been moving sideways for quite a bit of time. Relative volume was pretty decent. It's back down to 1.3 now, so I'd like to see that above 1.5 to 2. Workhorse, going to watch Workhorse here. All right, Workhorse, the IV percent is 150%, so I wouldn't be buying options on Workhorse. If I did, I'd be looking at a spread, so I could sell some out of the money options and buy in the money options. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, work is the one with earnings after hours. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Corey says he can't hear me. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Okay, cool. All right. So right now we're waiting to see if they follow through with this at all. We hit minus 77, almost minus 78 on NYMO. It's at minus 68 now. We had 10 to 1 down by him. That's capitulation. That's usually a tradable bottom whenever you see 10 to 1. That's moved off of 10 to 1. And presently we see what? We see 4-to-1 down volume. So this low that we had on Friday is holding. Gamma is still positive. If we can manage to move back into the top of the range, that would be what bulls want to see. Bears would want to see this stay down here and then take out the Friday low. Tick cumulative doesn't give me the swing trader feel. It gives me a day trader feel. And right now we're just waiting for the pivots, B and C pivots. They could come early between now and say 12 o'clock, that A pivot. So watching stocks like Workhorse. All right, we got a low tick alert. All right, so we're going to test this low a little bit more. Down volume is 4-to-1. All right. Disney, you watching? Are you watching? I know Anton's trading this one. All right, stocks are starting to pull back a little bit to VWAP. All right, so no need to chase. Morning buying is starting to slow down a little bit. Just watching futures. Okay, I am going to mute the audio for a second. Let's see, RVOL on Tesla. Let's see what RVOL on Tesla looks like. Question being asked. Tesla is 1.42. 1.42. You want to see Tesla above 2. I've noticed that when it's above 2 or 3 RVOL, that you get some nice moves in Tesla. When a stock is below, say 1.5, it's just probably not going to give you much momentum. SPY 1.44 RVOL. Yep, and we've got that down volume on the NYSE at 4-to-1. My initial impression this weekend when I was looking at the charts and everything was that there's no guarantee that we've sold off enough to see institutions come in a big way. So it's funny, this is a different subject, but my brother-in-law's neighbor is ex-FBI, and I'm looking at the surveillance stuff he has on his house. It's pretty funny. On the corners, he's got video cameras, and he's got motion detector. I guess they make those guys paranoid. Unless he didn't make a lot of friends. Jets. reflects Jets reflects what we saw this weekend on XLI and its subsector IYT transports. Scott Redler is in big size on Jets. Let's take a look at Jets. JETS. Let's see what it looks like on R-ball. He might be on to something. He is on to something here. All right, it's only 1-to-1 up by him, but I tried this once before, and we didn't do that great on Jets. Let me just try some here. I like what I'm seeing at the moment. So this is an example of, okay, this looks good. Let me take another position on. Can you take on another position? Jets looks like you should wait. Right now it's breaking out, and will probably continue to break out. It's above 5-day VWAP. It's above an area. Pulling back right here could give you a better entry. I'd like it better on a pullback entry, but it looks like it's going to break out. All right. Snap pulling back. Looks like Workhorse will pull back too. Let's keep an eye on Jets. Probably going to see a little B pivot. Maybe it comes back in a little bit in here. All right, I'd like to see a little flag. Jets, I'd like to see a little flag here. Workhorse, I wanted to create a pivot. AMD pulling back a bit. Mm-hmm. All righty. All right, Slack is pulling back. Watch how it reacts to VWAP. If you see volume pick up, that's your key. So wait for volume to pick up. All right, Jets is pulling back. What's the potential for the pullback? The pullback for Jets, the potential is probably about 50 cents or so for a B pivot. It's only trading 1.15 R-ball. Maybe it keeps going. Let me take a look at the daily. Is that the daily? That's the daily. Jets looks good. It's trying to break out. If it does break out, Jets has a lot of potential upside. Let's see what the options look like. The IB is 68% on Jets. Maybe we could sell some out of the money calls. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll sell some covered calls. All right, Jets looks like it's going to go now. Looks like it's going to keep going. Yeah, the options aren't that great. In the money, the 918s are not even a buck, so that's not even worth selling those. All right, let's see how Jets plays out. Slack pulling back to VWAP, watching. Gold holding at that base low that we pointed out in the weekend video. AMD getting a little bounce here, AMD. We got a B, looks like a B pivot, a higher low anyway on AMD. Workhorse looks like it wants to keep going. All right. Workhorse keeps going, that would be excellent. Looking at a day trade on Workhorse. Have a core position. Got a B pivot here with a stop underneath it. Our ball is still staying in above average. It's right on the cusp, 1.5. I like to see it at 2.0 or better. Gold looks like it's going to bounce some more. Finding support. Jets looking for a breakout. I'd like to sell some covered calls, buy a position, a buy right, buy some shares, and sell a covered call. If we can get IV percent, implied volatility up a little bit more. There's not really a big enough spread between implied volatility and historical volatility. You want to see that white line and that blue line that I show you from time to time. Pretty big spread between the two. Otherwise, it's not worth selling covered calls. Jets looks good. Looks like it wants to keep going. All right. What time is it? 10:35. 10:35. All right, Jets. Come on, Jets. You can do it. You can do it. All right, so we're back down to minus 70 on NIMO. So a little bit more selling. Let's see what futures looks like. Okay, Jets wants to keep going. A breakout on Jets would be good. I'd like to see 2 R vol at 2 or better. Workhorse is 1.75. It's picking up again. Workhorse picking up again. Potential pivot right here. Risk reward. If you buy at 21.50 or so, you got to stop 25 cents, 50 cents below. Looking for a dollar upside. We could get a dollar upside, looks like. Or if you have a quarter, 25 cents stop, 50 cents upside, hit it with a couple of hundred shares, 1,000 shares, you might be able to make a nice $400 or $500 here. Watching Workhorse very closely. It's a good day trader since it's been climbing over the last few weeks. From that 15, the pivot level at 15. Jets looks like it wants to break out. Etsy looks like it's going to bounce off of VWAP. We've got Slack. We're watching Slack closely. There's a couple of people that are interested in trading Slack. Watching VWAP right here for an entry. If you get a green candle right here, that would be the level I'd be paying attention to. Okay, so who was that was mentioning that? Who mentioned? Okay, that was Jimmy. All right, earnings are tonight, so be careful with an earnings play. Could run. It might be done for the day, though. Considering the circumstances of the markets, I'd probably steer away from work. I'd look at something else. Don't get so fixated on the stock that you have to trade it and you ignore the signals. All right. The signals are the markets have been in a sell-off mode for 3 days straight. We bounced on Friday. That was probably short covering. We moved lower. We tested the Friday low and we found some buyers down there. So that's good, but we're still down there right now. We've seen 2 hourly candles with wicks extending down to the Friday low, but we have yet to see any green candles or a push in the opposite direction. We were trading 10-to-1 down volume. That's usually a capitulation signal, and we've looked for a bounce. We got the bounce. We're now at 3-to-1 down volume. So from 10-to-1 to 3-to-1, that's looking more bullish, but tick cumulative is still facing lower, and VIX is still high. So the risk is that we could see more downside. So I don't want to take on a lot of new positions, maybe 2, 3 at tops, and play it from there. Okay, I'm going to mute everyone. Going to mute. Audio okay? Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so looks good. Workhorse at the highs, Disney at the highs. Let me just, all right, I'm going to put you on mute one more time, okay? All right, we're good. Just got a high tick alert. Just got a high tick alert. All right, so how we're doing with Jets. Jets near the high of the day. Workhorse moving higher. Workhorse breaking out. We have audio. We should have audio. Thank you, Kimberly. I'm trading Workhorse, and I'm going to buy some Jets. Looking for a B pivot. Looking for a B pivot on Jets. Etsy looks like a nice bounce. Workhorse is breaking out. Looks good. Excellent. Excellent. All right, I can't wait to get my studio back up and running. I'm improvising using my brother-in-law's house with with 4 kids running around, 2 adult women. So funny. Okay, Workhorse continuation for the day trade, working very well. Workhorse is doing well, making money. Workhorse is breaking out. All right, starting to come back in now. So I might come back in a little bit. Workhorse. AMD, looking like a bounce on AMD. Jets wants to go. Etsy, nice bounce on Etsy. Etsy looks like it's going to go again. All right, Etsy's going. Jets is pulling in, a little profit taking. Relative volume looks good. Workhorse, the volume is picking up. Workhorse volume is picking up. All right, so Workhorse, Jets, and Etsy all looking very strong for day trades. Etsy has the highest R-vol. Okay, the only thing about going live on YouTube is that you can't play background music. So once we, plus the other negative is that you can't follow on live stream very easily, like we can. Where is my phone? My phone is somewhere. Oh, there it is. Hold on a second. Hello. I'm in the middle of a broadcast. I can't speak right now. Thank you. I'm in the middle of a live broadcast on the internet. I can't speak right now. After 4 o'clock. Any day after 4 o'clock. All right, bye. I'm so popular. Everybody wants to talk to me. They want me to use their services. That's what they really want. Yeah, workhorse looks good. When you get above 23, this thing could break out and just run for the roses. Tesla VWAP. Tesla VWAP. Tesla VWAP's 353.09. That's not 353.09. And bullish. AMD, we need to see some move on. Tesla looks like it could get moving here. Workhorse, continuation. Relative volume on Workhorse continues to impress. We're at 1.76 now. Last two 5-minute bars have been very obviously bullish as the stock pulls away. Jets looks good for a breakout. Etsy looks like a bounce. Need to see more volume. Relative volume is at 3.23. Looks like it wants to run right here, actually. So my thinking with this current environment is that we want to sell at the end of the day, stay out of the risk. Minimize our risk at the close. Overnight holds at this point. Gold continues to edge higher. Jets, if it can break out above 19, Jets could run up to 22 pretty quick. I think that's what Scott Redler's looking at. Seems like that's what he's looking at anyway. And it looks like it could do it pretty easily. Slack doing well. WORK, Slack. NIMO is still, it's not at the lows anymore. It was at 78, minus 78 before. It's at minus 66 now. So that's showing some more buying. All right, AMD, not quite back up to the highs of the day. Fading. Workhorse at the high of the day, fading a bit. A little profit taking, it appears. Etsy pulling back. Jets continuation, showing relative strength. Futures trying to move off of this level, having some difficulty. All right. We're watching for futures to move off the low. VIRT looks good. All right. So you guys are looking at Roku as well. CRM, DAL, Delta, looking for transports look very strong. They were holding the 9/21 day last week. Didn't give much of a pullback. That's a good sign. All right. Markets, looks like Jets wants to keep going. Looking for Jets to keep going. AMD slacking off a little bit. Workhorse looking for a follow through. Futures holding the low. So you can play the airlines with Jets, Jets, rather than have to pick an individual airline. We got R-Ball picking up on Delta. Delta looks good. Jets is breaking out. Excellent. Maybe I'll double up on Jets. Buy some Jets, double up on it. Jets. Okay. We're at the high of the day. Jets looks like it's just going to keep trending. All right, AMD no follow through yet. Delta looks like it wants to keep going. That'll take Jets, Jets with it. Etsy looking for a bounce. Jets continuation. Relative volume looks good. It's 1.19 at the moment. Should continue higher. Workhorse is consolidating at the highs again. Relative volume is very strong. Same with Etsy, consolidating above VWAP. Etsy with RVOL above 3. AMD pulling back a little more. Showed some potential there. So the same with Tesla, slacking off now. Gold continues to grind higher on the 5-minute. Work. We got Jets. All right, NIMO continues to hang out at minus 68. I'm going to mute you for a second. All right, futures showing a little bit more weakness. Futures showing a little bit more weakness. All right, so Etsy pulling back a bit. Delta at the highs. We've got Jets moving higher, so that's working. Jets is working at the highs of the session. It's breaking out above levels that would constitute resistance. So that looks good. Anybody still on vacation?
Shares continuing higher here, touching 1117 as a session high. Now pulling back from under the $11 level. Shares up 5%. And ticker COMM.
Etsy sitting on VWAP. Probably going to come back down a little bit. Looking for Etsy to hold VWAP at this point. Looking for a buy the dip. Relative volume is still 3 to 1. So this little dip will give them a better opportunity for a day trade. Central Coast, yeah, it's nice up there. Near Muir Woods. Yeah, I see it too. Yeah, you would think so. Tick, USA. That usually signals capitulation. I appreciate all of the updates. I appreciate the teamwork. All right, AMD pulling back a bit more. Workhorse looks like it wants to bounce, put in a higher low. Tesla.
Ticker V seeing some unusual put activity here. This week's $190 puts with interest at the bid. Shares up. V-centric down more than 2% today to $215 last trade in shares of ticker V. Sticking above the 930 level, still down 3% here. Seeing a report that Elliott granted FTC antitrust transaction clearance for its transaction with Noble Energy, and shares ticking a little higher here. Ticker November Bravo Lima, now over the 940 level.
Watching a little profit taking at the 12 o'clock level where we normally see the A pivot highs. So we could see this pull back in a little bit, B pivot. All right, watching futures, things pulling back. All right, Jets pulling back in, a little profit taking. Same with Slack. Gold continues to ramp higher. Workhorse, we got some buyers at VWAP. Relative volume picked up right at VWAP. So looks like follow through. Looks like follow through in store. All right, I'm going to mute you guys for a minute. If we're looking for an abundance of trades, we won't do that this week, at least not for now, until we can see confirmation that institutions are buying the dip or that we've made enough downside selling to interest them in levels where stocks or indices are trading at the moment. I was thinking we're going to come back a little bit more. So that means I'll be taking fewer trades, as we don't want to take on a lot of risk when the markets could conceivably pull back very quickly. We want to take profits into the highs, A pivots. So right now I'm just waiting. See if we can get that second wave of buying end of day into the lunch hour and then into the end of day. So I'm looking for BC pivots now. We've got the A pivots. A lot of them will start showing up now. Like Workhorse is probably putting in an A pivot at this time of day. Makes sense. do, do, do. All right, stocks are just hanging out at the high of the day. Let's see what futures look like. Futures, okay, we're holding the low of the day. So that's somewhat uneasy. That's somewhat of an uneasy feeling. Knowing they could pull back more. We're at the 33.50 zone.
Reuters reporting U.S. Senate Republicans will propose around $300 billion in new coronavirus aid, containing $10 billion for the U.S. Postal Service, shares of UPS and FedEx. Not responding here, shares of FedEx down 1%, while shares of UPS down about 1.6%.
All right, futures, pretty decent pullback over the last 3 trading sessions. Since Thursday's high, we hit about 35.80 or so. 35.80 versus where we're trading at right now. Futures are trading 33.52. 33.52. Oops. So we're down about 6, a little bit more than 6% at the moment.
Apple ticker AAPL, a quick note on that earlier headline of September 15th event. The initial expectation was that it would be for a new iPhone. However, Bloomberg headline highlighting that this event will be focused on the iPad and the watch, ticker AAPL.
Apple, I believe Lee Star said that he was in Apple, had bought some leaps. Looking forward to the release of the 5G phone for Christmas. That'll be good for a few cycles. And earnings for Apple, AAPL.
Reminder on notable earnings after the close today in the software space. Technology, and also Coupa software, ticker CUP. So
All right, so we're still off over 68 handles on the futures, testing that low from Friday. Trying to put in a higher low now. We're just slightly above Friday's low of the day. Looking for these stocks to put in B pivots. This is where I want to move my stop. If I decide to add at this point on the pullbacks with Disney, Workhorse, Etsy, Jets, Delta, looking for all these to stay above VWAP. I see 1158. Right there. See that? It says 1158 and it's 1158. Let me check on my iPhone.
It's not expected to include any new assistance for U.S. airlines or airports.
Yeah, I see 1148 on my end. 1150.
It's 12 o'clock.
1158, 12 o'clock. The audio comes across immediately. Hope I didn't mess that up. Hope I didn't mess that up by doing that. All right, I'm going to restart the stream. All right, so we're back there. Now it says 12. All right, so every once in a while I'll refresh. All right, so that should be a little better. Yeah, it says shows 12:03. So it looks like every once in a while I need to refresh on my end. All right, futures looking better. All right, so I don't know. I didn't anticipate today would be a big opportunity. We have pulled back. Futures are off quite a bit, more than 60 handles. Trying to bounce at Friday's low. We're building a substantial profile down here for support. So if we can manage to spend more time above zero line for tick to cumulative, well, the fast signal turning up should continue to improve. Yeah, I had to push the closing date back a week. It was supposed to be. So everything is in storage. They have these really nice storage facilities that are indoors, air conditioned. We found one by chance down the street from my brother in law's house, 30 feet deep by 10 feet wide by 10 feet high. You can store a lot of stuff in that if you can bring in racking and stuff. So we'll probably have 2 of those by the time we're finished. And wait for the closing. So hopefully we'll hear back from the lender shortly. They're scrutinizing everything because of this whole COVID crisis. Luckily, I've always been a saver, so I have a substantial amount in my 401k. That'll help me. And the wife isn't working, so it's just me. All right, futures are trying to do something here, it looks like. Trying to do something. Jets pulling back. We got Workhorse trying to take out the high of the day. Workhorse is bouncing off of VWAP. Relative volume picking up. That's a good sign. That's bullish. I need to get this. All right. So I had to take that call. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're looking for B pivots now. B pivots lead to C pivots, lead to D pivots. D pivot is usually the highest of the day, typically taking out the A pivot, which usually occurs during the first few hours of the day. Trading session, many times it'll happen. We'll see the A pivot when morning traders run the stock up on very high RVOL. Like Workhorse is actually the highest RVOL of the day at this point in time. So we already have a B pivot. If you look at your Workhorse chart right here, you can see here's A, here's B. We're looking for a higher low now, and then a D breakout. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right. All right. So it looks like Jets is going to continue moving higher. We got a higher low. Looks like we're going to start pushing VWAP is flattening out a bit. Relative volume is 1.14. Workhorse's RVOL has picked up above 2. Just waiting for the evening session for them to push this higher. GLD is ripping higher at this point. GLD is ripping. All right. Broadcom looks good. Looking for a follow through on Broadcom. Like it. Thank you, David, for sharing. The September 4 and September 11 365s, 362.50s, 375s, and 370s, as well as the 350 calls. Sweepers and blocks.
iHeartMedia ticker IHRT shares spiked to a session high of traders speculating that former President Bill Clinton partnered with the company to launch a new podcast in early 2021. Still unconfirmed.
Jets, nice bounce.
Moving higher on this now 9% ticker AD Hotel Romeo Tango.
NIMO improving, minus 65 from minus 78 earlier. Looks like Workhorse is getting ready to go. Workhorse looks very strong. Probably a decent day trade in the evening session. RVOL is 2. Looking for a day trade on Workhorse. Looks about to break out. About to break out. Jets looks like it's going to get. All right, so these are showing strength in the afternoon. It's 20 minutes after. Charts appear to be in sync now. Let me mute for a second, guys. All right. This whole um, educating your kids at home, I can't even imagine parents who have to work, how that's going to work out. Homeschooling and everything else. Oh my gosh, the things that I'm learning. Hopefully, this all changes after the election. We'll see. Hopefully. Ed C looking for that bounce off of VWAP. Not a lot of momentum at the moment, but we're seeing Workhorse trying to take off to the upside now. Workhorse, we're looking for a follow through as a day trade. General Motors investing in Nikola. Okay, back in the saddle. So that's a good example. Nikola, if you got into it early this morning, that's great. If you didn't, you don't want to chase it on this news. Most likely it'll come in a little bit and give you a better opportunity. But with this particular market where we're down 3 days in a row over 6%, just over 6%, I wouldn't be chasing anything right now. I'd be looking for opportunities and most likely just staying pat. Okay, not trading most, not trading actively, but picking and choosing the best opportunities. One trade is all you need, a good trade per day, and that's the way I focus. So if I'm going to focus on one trade, I want it to be stocks that are showing high, above average RVOL. And let's see what Nikola is. Right now we got a winner in Workhorse, we've got a winner in Jets, and we got a winner in Etsy. It continues here. Let's see, Nikola, Tesla's still at the low. Nikola. It's probably showing high volume, relative volume too. All right, it's 11.57 relative volume. It's breaking out to new highs. So that's probably going to continue. And it's a $50 stock. So you've got to stop if it breaks down into that previous range on the 5-minute charts that it formed all morning. So if you want to take Nikola here, you probably have a decent trade. It's extended on a daily basis, but not so much on the 5 minutes. So I don't know. I can't see myself taking this right here. It's too risky. All you need is one good $1 a day. That's $10,000 a month. Okay. So if I take 3 or 4 trades and a couple of them screw up and I'm up 1,000 on the day and 2 of them pull back and I'm not fast enough and it draws me down $600, I've only made $400, where I could do it better if I'm focused on 1 or 2 trades, adding to those trades when they continue to move higher, like Workhorse. See now, Nikola, if you chase that on the news, it looks like it's going to pull back in. So that's a good example. Workhorse is at the high of the day. You could take some profits off here into strength. I'm thinking we're going to get more out of this today. It's only 12:30. And Jets, I think that's going to continue higher. Think being the operative word. All right. All right, Workhorse, I want to add to it. If Workhorse breaks out here, I'm probably going to double up on my day trade position. I've already made my $500 on that one today and more, and then some. So what I'm looking for now is, can I boost that up to $1,000 today on that one position? So that's probably what I'm going to do here if it breaks out. Workhorse doing well. But I won't do it until maybe, let's see what this, maybe we get a C pivot here. If we get a C pivot, that'd be an excellent area. It's like 22, right around 22 flat, 22 even. Maybe we get an entry around there and it bounces. It's above VWAP. VWAP slope is long and strong. It might decide to do whatever it wants. So my opinion matters very little. It's what price action tells me. Price action moves higher. That's telling me that's fresh money coming into it. Looks like it's going to break out. Looks like Workhorse wants to break out. Electric vehicles are getting so much press now. Nikola, Tesla, Workhorse, Shell, SHLL. the shell company, among others, Nio, all of them seeing increased buying over the last few months, increased interest. Workhorse broke higher a couple of weeks ago. Just monitoring the live stream on YouTube. The quality is much better on YouTube Live. There goes Workhorse. Okay, I'm adding to Workhorse here. Adding to Workhorse. Workhorse added day trade shares. Workhorse breaking out. Good. So I'll make some moolah here. I'd like to get that up to $1,000 or maybe more for that one position. On the day trade shares, I'll keep my core position. Core position, we have started looking at it at the 15 level. Started a position as it started as Workhorse moved above 16, 1575 average, 16 added, 1625. We're up over $6 on those core position shares, and we've been day trading. Every time it pulls back, we'll look at the core position, we'll move our stops up. But the day trade shares are things that I pick up for these moves like this morning. Workhorse is really starting to giddy up now. Looking for Jets to follow through and for Etsy to get something going. Let's see what Disney looks like. Disney tends to fade a lot. Disney not fading now though. Looks good. All right, what are you guys? You were in Nikola. All right, there goes Workhorse. Making money on Workhorse. Maybe I should add some more to it. Add some more to to Workhorse. Let me put something on StockTwits. All right, workhorse breaking out. I just posted on StockTwits. You guys should be making money on these. Should be making money. Workhorse high of the day. Relative volume on workhorse has really become very obvious in the evening session when you would expect institutions to be active. They are, and very happy with that. Very happy with that. Workhorse, thank you. Breaking out to new highs, workhorse is new IPO and new 52-week highs on workhorse. There we go. Blue skies 23.29. Workhorse looks very nice. Thank you. I see Sunrise Trader is in this one as well. I'm very happy about that. Like Sunrise Trader is a good follow on stock charts, StockTwits rather, and on the social media stream, Twitter, financials. Okay, looking for jets to take off. No pun intended. Workhorse looks good. Nicola. Yeah, see, I almost got that. Almost got that near 50. And it's up another $3. You know what? I'm going to take a little bit. Just take the ride. Small position. On Nicola, it could just keep going, you know? There goes Workhorse. Working it. Working it. All right. VWAP on all of these is very strong. Nikola, good. Jets, good. Workhorse, good. AMD, just hanging out. Tesla, just hanging out at VWAP. Gold, ripping higher, flagging now on the 5-minute. 60-minute, big bullish candles today on the gold. Shorts having to scramble. All right, work is starting to look good too. Work is looking good. Slack looking good. Yeah, it's a good idea with the puts. If you're interested in trading Nikola, you could always sell puts, and if you get assigned, make sure you're getting assigned the amount of shares that you're comfortable with. That's a good idea. I like it, Prism. Jets, continuation. Lots of ways to skin the cat, so to speak. All right, GLD looks like it's going to break out of this bullish flag.
Pelosi says government shutdown should be avoided. Ross says House will be here for September at least. Pelosi wants an agreement on virus relief. Said GOP stimulus is eager. Said GOP stimulus bill is emaciated. AGNC getting CBC mention. That's up for golf momentarily. AGNC in the second option activity. You'll have 14.22 down 14.33 up 3.5%. Off for golf momentarily.
Caterpillar breaking out to new highs. There goes Jets. Jets is going. Might add to it. There goes Jets. JETS. Many of the airlines look good. I don't want to pick one. I'll just play this ETF for now. Shares only. I'm not trading options this week only because I can't keep an eye on them with as much scrutiny as I'd like to. With the move to South Carolina, I'm doing a lot of just shares only and minimizing my risk with that regard because I just want to make sure that I have a mental risk profile in my head that I can sleep at night basically. Just got so many things on my plate. Just want to point out the stocks that are moving higher. For those of you who are able to follow your stocks, it's a little bit easier. I can give you the setups, we can see how things are moving. We can take off profits at the highs of the day and move our trailing stops higher. You can do all of that. I'm just a little bit on the less risk profile side this week due to the move. I'm sure my head's not completely screwed on right. I feel like it is, but you never know. A lot of things on my plate that I have to take care of after the closing bell. Nothing that should affect anything. Workhorse up 20%. So there's Solo and there's GP as well. There's some other names. At Workhorse, we got Arval at 2.66. All right, Workhorse new highs. That's great. All right, volume's picking up. That looks good. We got MACD. MACD above the signal line and rising. ATR is increasing. That's a good thing. Full stochastics rising. Williams percent R. Looks good. Workhorse looks good. Jets trying to break out. Nikola continuation. All right, those three charts. All of them look good. Tesla's taking a break. AMD probably looking at a evening run. Evening run on AMD, ABGO. David was looking at Broadcom earlier. Nicola's still going. Thank you very much. All right, so things look good. Arval is sustaining it today on Workhorse. Arval is sustaining on Nikola. Need to see more volume on Jets, but it looks good. The chart looks good. The individual names in the airlines group, keep an eye on those as well. Gold at the highs of the day after a gap down, almost the highs of the day. Actually, it is the highs of the day. I repeat. Slack, trying to get that going off of VWAP. This probably run a little bit. Slack doesn't seem to be that many interested parties. It's Arval's at 1.25, so that tells you that it's really not got the eyeballs of many. Let's see what Uber looks like. Uber with news on GM. Uber about to break out here on the 5-minute. Workhorse going. Uber's about to break out. Uber is about to break out, folks. Nikola could be some profit taking coming in. JETS stalling at the high of the day. Arval is 1 to 1, 1.1. Workhorse is doing the best. Workhorse looks like it wants to go some more, right? Our Workhorse looks like an area to take some profits. Day traders take some profits. Workhorse looks good. All right, good. Nice trade on Workhorse today. Who's that, David? What are you looking at there? 148.66. Who is that, Apple? Etsy not going anywhere. Apple. Come on. Workhorse, you can go some more. Take some off. Leave some on. Apple. Caterpillar, 152.50 calls. Caterpillar very strong today if you're thinking about Caterpillar. Caterpillars and butterflies. All right, let's watch Workhorse up here. We might want to take some more off. If it goes again, we can always get back in. All right. One o'clock. We've got plenty of time left. Looking for a bounce on Workhorse. I forget. It's only 1 o'clock, so maybe we get a nice little follow through. It's in an area of blue skies, so we could see some follow through, more upside. Hmm. All right, can we get some follow through on Workhorse? Looks like it wants to go. Come on, Workhorse, you can do this. Let's see. You guys should have done very well on the profit side today. Now can we break out again? We've got 3 hours to go, regular session. Jets. GLD at the highs. Futures, trying to get futures off of this low. It's built a really huge profile. If you look at your 60-minute chart, and you have a profile on your futures charts, huge upside down P or reverse P. The leg of the P is pointing higher. The lower part of the P is where price is located right now at the weekly point of control, and could turn into a B-shaped profile, so you'll have a large bullet shape, the lower part of the B, where price is right now, and then we'll move up to around 34.20 and maybe build a B shape in that area. If you take the last couple of days trading volume, you can see that profile is resistance at the present time. So we need to get above these levels, hold where we are right now, and at least push higher. So as we talked about in the weekend video, that could take anywhere from 5 to 7 trading days. So we're only beginning on day 3 to start to show signs of a base. We need to see a setup in the markets. The setup right now is just we got the down leg. So there's no indication of a pivot here per se until we finish up the trading today. So if you're thinking of taking a position based on you think the market's going to bounce or you think the market's going to move lower, you really have to wait. The markets are not set up. They're more prone to more downside than a dead cat bounce, the way I'm looking at things right now. So we need to hold this level. Tick fast is trying to turn up. The 5-minute tick, let me see what cumulative looks like. I know, Corey, you like these shorter time frames. That tends to be more noisy for me anyway. That's personally the way I use it. I want to, being it's a cumulative measure, I want to see the cumulative build on the 60-minute and see higher highs and higher lows on the 60-minute time frame. Right now, 60-minute is still producing lower highs and lower lows. So that's a trend. That's a trend to the downside. That needs to change. 5-minute, great. Going to get that to start moving. Maybe we get higher highs, higher lows. Get some short covering end of day. We've got plenty of time for that. My opinion is that we could see a bounce here. We saw that on Friday. That could be institutions came in on the end of the day Friday, pushed things higher. Things moved a little bit lower. They waited for them to pull back. We bought the lows again. And we need to see that follow through. To put it in other words, the risk is still pretty high for a more downside. So I want to see the risk on my end of the ledger. I want to see higher highs and higher lows. At least another higher low on 60-minute futures. I want to see a higher low. I don't want to go into the end of day and have price where it is right now. All right, so we got some dings going on there. Jets, a little pullback. Workhorse is holding. Gold is holding. If you're thinking about hedging, gold might be something to look at. It's in a descending wedge, so a breakout above that upper trend line of the descending wedge, those lower highs, draw a line connecting the lower highs. That's your breakout level. If gold can break above that level, then I would be bullish. Otherwise, it's going to stay inside of this descending triangle pattern and has more potential for a downside move once it gets rejected at that upper trend line. Will it do it? I don't know. Right now, gold looks pretty strong. Looks like some people have taken the opportunity at the lower part of that triangle range to the flat part of the triangle. They took some risk on there, and we've moved up all day long on gold since the open. We came down, we gapped down. Okay, looks like gold wants to keep going. I think Nikola has some good prospects. Think being the operative word I'm using here. Price action's telling me that this is most likely going to continue. All right, so watching gold at the highs, Nicola at the highs. All right, workhorse looks like it's going to hold this level. It's in between standard deviation or ATR 1, standard deviation 1 VWAP, and standard deviation 2 VWAP. It's called the fast lane. When a stock is inside of standard deviation 1 and 2, between the two, it's said to be running through the fast lane, and it's been holding above VWAP all day, workhorse. One of the reasons why it's up as much as it is, nearly 20% on the day. So $3.83 move on workhorse at the moment. Looking for a follow through. Nikola, same idea. Nikola is trading much higher relative volume at 12.7, so that is really good. By contrast, workhorse is trading 2.79 RVol. We've got gold at 1.4 RVol. Tesla trading 1.1 RVol, a double bottom on the 5-minute for Tesla. AMD is trading at 1. It's right against VWAP. It's not going anywhere. Uber trading 1.88. That's mushing higher. And we have Slack, WORK. That's trading 1.25 RVol. Not a lot of momentum there. Momentum resides in those three: Workhorse, Nikola, and Jets, among others. There's some ones that you guys are All right, can we get some more highs out of this? Today it's only 120, so if the evening session comes in, if they're going to run this higher, it's going to be after 2 o'clock. If they run it higher, it'll be after 2 o'clock. Nikola looks like it wants to break out right here. All right, these are pretty obvious relative volume candidates. Nikola, gold is showing decent relative volume, workhorse. I'm going to mute you guys for a second. All right, workhorse looks like it's going to pull back a little bit here. It's only 123. So, looking for a bounce, looking for that B pivot. Is this A that we just experienced in the last 40 minutes or so? Higher highs, and higher highs and higher lows. Workhorse looking like we're going to pull back in a little bit. It's a lot more quiet without music, right? All right, Workhorse pulling back a bit more.
Today, earnings from WORK, Slack Technologies, LUW Limit, CASY, KC General Stores, COE for Software, EFX, Equifax reporting after the close.
All right, I need to put you on mute for a second, guys. All right. All right, one more time. All right, guys, sorry about that. Looking for a bounce in workhorse, higher highs, higher lows. Nikola, looking for it to break higher. Gold, Tesla holding the lows of the day. Potential double bottom on Tesla, AMD, a higher low is what we're looking for. Move back above VWAP. Gold, seeing a little bit of profit taking. That's probably not a bad idea if you're day trading.
ALBO, Alberio Jeffries, raising the price target to $79 with an upside as high as 107.
Gold is about to break out again. Gold imminent breakout.
Shares of Alberio now at 41.15, moving higher on volume. ALBO company announcing earlier that its late stage liver disease treatment study met its main goals. That's Alpha Lima Bravo Oscar now at 40.65, up 48.37, trading near $53 in the pre-market. That's the ALBO Alpha Lima Bravo Oscar.
Nikola at the highs. Market's kind of putting me to sleep. We've got the 10-year yield. What does the 10-year yield look like? 10-year yield. All right, workhorse, what do you want to do? All right. Disney's holding up very well. Usually Disney fades during the evening session. Hold on, hold on. All these phone calls. Thankfully, the markets are just chopping around at the moment, looking for breakouts. So small caps, 3-time bull is working. Nicola. AMD holding at VWAP. Workhorse looks like it's going to go again. Thanks for all the participation in the room. Jimmy, Corey. USA. Jets. All right, so futures are starting to look good all of a sudden. Futures starting to look good. TNA looking good. TNA looking good. Let's see what that has in the way of volume. All right, that's breaking higher on 1 hour vol. I don't know, guys. I'm a little reluctant to take a trade here on TNA, only because it's you probably it feels like a knife catch to me. I like to see a base in this area, so I do like what you're doing, but I want to see 5 or 6 days of price action in this area and then buyers. That's when I'll step in. Right now, I think it's a little risky, but we could see more downside. We're only 6%, a little bit more than 6% off the highs from that sell-off, and I'm a bit concerned that we might get stuck if we take something here. But day trade it at your leisure. I prefer to trade these individual stocks that are showing relative volume, high relative volume, and showing relative strength. These appear to be in play with high RVOL, and I want to continue with that. Lots of good setups. There'll be more. Keep an eye on futures. If futures start to move, that'll create a tailwind for us, and we might see a nice run into the close.
White House said signing ceremony for September 15th for leaders of Israel and UAE to sign for normalizing relations. That from the White House official. Shares of Uber getting some big volume now, hitting new highs, 35.10 UBER. Earlier, GM and announcing it's teaming up with Uber by offering drivers on Uber's platform special pricing on purchases of new EVs and charging accessories.
All right, tick cumulative looking much better on the 5-minute. I don't usually use 5-minute, but that'll switch over, and we could carry over to the 15-minute and then to the 30-minute. 15 minutes turning green now. So I have a snowball effect if we can get this to follow through. Not quite yet on the 30-minute. It's okay. All of these things add up with price to give us a better edge in the market. If we see what institutions are doing, and it's pretty obvious, to us anyway, not obvious to many that don't follow this methodology. If gamma stays positive, we can see a buy the dip opportunity that institutions take advantage of, and that volume will pick up. We'll see it. It'll be very obvious. Well, maybe tomorrow we get 5-to-1 up volume. Right now we got 2-to-1, almost 2-to-1 down volume. So I don't feel very comfortable taking a lot of new positions. I don't think it's wise on my part. I think a half a dozen trades during the day, if you're taking 2 or 3 day trades, that's perfectly fine. And if they turn into swings like Workhorse or Nikola, that's great. Gold is at the high of the day. All right, gold is breaking out. GLD breaking out. All right, gold is breaking out. All right, this has been a pretty decent day, right? You guys made money today? Nicola, probably higher tomorrow. Gold looks like it wants to keep going. Let's take a look at GLD. GLD. Jets just went flat after 12 o'clock. So, questions about ABCD patterns. ABCD patterns, or A pivot, is typically the high of the day. Most of the time, you see an A pivot during the first half of the day, before noon. Sometimes it's a little late in the day. Maybe this is what we're seeing on Workhorse. Otherwise, it just looks like higher highs and higher lows. Very frequently, we see a ABCD pattern like this one here on Jets, where you have a very distinct pivot low B. So this is A right here, the high. Then you've got B, you got a higher low. And if the stock is going to remain bullish during the day, you'll see D, which will be even higher and usually breaks out above A by the end of the day. Not always, but a good many times that's what happens. Stocks that close in the upper half of their daily range are at the high of the day. Many times you'll see ABCD patterns inside of the intraday range if you zoom into the charts. That's what we look for during the day, ABCD patterns. If you miss the run during the A pivot stage after the opening range is the first 30 minutes. If you get a breakout after 30 minutes and the stock starts to take off to the upside, so if you get the opening range breakout after the first 30 minutes, as you can see on Jets, first 30 minutes it breaks out, stays above VWAP. That's a critical piece of criteria. Once it breaks out above the opening range and doesn't come back, and relative volume picks up RVol, then you can be pretty certain the stock is in play. Then around 12 o'clock, typically, not always, but near 12 o'clock, between 11:30 and say 1, you'll see this pivot high. That's when the people who trade during the morning take a break. They go to lunch. Some of them don't come back for the rest of the day. You get the B pivot because they've been selling, and then you get some people that are scared that were in over here that start selling too. At some point, value returns near VWAP, volume weighted average price. A lot of times it'll bounce before it reaches VWAP. If it does, that pivot becomes pivot B, A, B, C, D. Then during the lunch period between the West Coast and the the East Coast and Midwest or Chicago, we see B and C pivots. A lot of times the New York people will come back, it'll bounce, we'll see this pivot, and then price action will move higher, doesn't take out the high of the day. A lot of times we'll pull back, it'll create C. That's when the Chicago people come back from lunch and they go, this looks very interesting. Maybe we'll buy here too. It's a higher low. So you buy here on pivot C, the higher low, and then your stop is just below VWAP underneath this wiki candle. That's what an ABCD pattern looks like now that I beat it to death. Most of the time, ABCD patterns play out. It'll be a big candle or a solid white or solid green candle. And you'll see this pattern intraday. The stock will close at the high of the day. So you miss the front part, then you take the second part. All right, so if you miss the morning run, don't chase it. Wait for the B pivot. That's the takeaway. So when I say A pivot, forming the A pivot, what that's telling you is that you should be waiting, not chasing it, waiting for it to create a B pivot, the higher low, above VWAP preferably. And then once C forms, you could get in at C or B, scale in at B, add more at C. If it holds and it creates a higher low, and then your stop starts to trail higher. Make sense? It should. Should make sense. All right, so look at Workhorse. Workhorse is not giving it all back. So that's a pretty good yard marker in itself. You know, it's not selling off, it's not going back to VWAP, it's not dropping through VWAP. Now, if it started to lose the low a few minutes ago, I'd probably take it off the day trade. But I think being the operative word, I think if this price action continues to build, we'll be able to see this pretty quick, whether or not we should sell these day trading shares or not. All right, so gold did break out, but it's not really following through. It's just a little pop, and now it's selling a little bit. A couple of small doji candles on the 5-minute. Nikola, like the consolidation before lunch, and then the breakout right before lunch, right around 11:50. Nikola broke out and moved higher. Looks like it's repeating the exact same stair step kind of look, about to break higher.
DMRC, Digimark platform has been chosen as the principal technology of the course value chain initiative, Holy Grail 2.0. That's Delta Michael Romeo Charlie DMRC. DIS Disney Reimagined Holiday Celebration will begin November 6th at Walt Disney World Resort.
Nicola about to move higher. Nicola looks like it wants to break out. Yeah, gold looks good too, Corey. Gold looks good too. Mm-hmm. Gold looks good too. All right, can we get an end of day run? It's only 2 o'clock. If they're going to do anything, it's usually after 2. All right, so most likely we're going to see this. All right, watching for signs. Pretty decent day. Made some nice change today. Made some nice change, some nice coin. All right, gold no follow through. Nicola just sitting at the highs. Tesla at the low of the day. Looking for Tesla to regain its momentum at some point. AMD No follow through. Gold looking better, but just stuck here. Uber pulling back, so that's why we don't chase on news. We wait for it to pull back, get a better entry. TNA at the highs. Looks like they're going to see some profit taking. Slack just below VWAP, sideways range. Whenever you see a flat VWAP, that means it's either going to be a doji day or we're going to oscillate above and below VWAP. Flat VWAP usually leads to no momentum, and a doji or a small body candle typically. Work. Gold. All right, we're sort of to lose some momentum. Nickel seeing some profit taking at the highs. Workhorse holding near the highs. These positions will probably close on a bullish, obviously bullish candle without giving back much. The way it looks right now. All right, gold looks like it wants to go. No follow through yet. No follow through yet.
NEXT, next decade corporation spike here. Remember Echo X-ray Tango and NEXT spiking on volume.
Nikola looks like it continues. Wick indicating there's some buying at standard deviation 1 above VWAP. Gold, higher lows. Slack, no follow through. This is a good example of Slack trading intraday volume, relative volume is 1.25. Daily R vol is about 1.5. So it's a little bit above, but not like we saw on Nikola, for example, which has 13.4 to 1 relative volume. That's a significant spike in relative volume. That tells you the institutions have the stock in play. Shorts covering and a combination of the two, along with people interested in the stock. Workhorse, by contrast, is trading 2.72 RVOL. It's holding near the highs of the day above VWAP. Stocks are just meandering now without much follow through. All right, Workhorse pulling back a bit more. Maybe take some profits off on Workhorse. Doesn't look like it's going to hold the high of the day. If it bounces at VWAP, that's fine. A little flag on Workhorse. Nikola trying to do something. Gold hit the highs. Now it's starting to get rejected. Looks like profit taking. Got plenty of time. An hour and 45 minutes in the regular session. This first day back, transmitting to you from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It's nice outside, a little overcast, but warm, as you might expect. All right, gold coming a bit more now. A little profit taking. AMD, same thing. All right, Workhorse pulling now. Workhorse. Maybe eliminate some of your exposure. Came back to VWAP. It's more than $1 off the high of the day. GLD pulling back, Nikola pulling back. All right, people are taking profits. They're not going to wait for tomorrow. Workhorse is still up over 13%, 14% on the day, starting to bounce. All right, it doesn't look bad if you look at the daily candle. Yes, we're giving some back. Volume is above average. Last time we had this kind of volume, pulled back for a couple of days after the second day. Follow through, is it going to repeat? No idea. Just an observation. Volume has been picking up though. It gets higher and higher as it's starting to break out of this pattern, move higher. All right, waiting on the markets. They're going to do something. Probably we'll see it soon. Workhorse is starting to bounce at VWAP. Looking for a volume to pick up, relative volume. Staying pretty strong. Nikola selling a bit more. Profit taking on Nikola. Pretty much everything is seeing some profit taking now. Futures were trying to hold the lows. And we're back at that area, the low of the day. Maybe we'll get something going in the next 30 minutes or so. All right, I need to make a phone call. I'll be right back.
BFF to resume trading in 5 minutes at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Victor Foxtrot, Foxtrot.
hanging out here near the lows. That's why I didn't want to get crazy with a lot of positions. Took some profits off into strength in the morning, into the noon hour. Don't want to add a lot when the markets are not following through. And right now, not set up either. So I'm going to wait for things to set up. It's a nice possibility we could gap up a little bit tomorrow, maybe. We're at such a discount to recent levels from Friday's close that we could conceivably see a gap up. If that should happen, I think a lot of these stocks will most likely move higher as well. But I definitely don't feel like the markets are set up. As a matter of fact, I know the markets are not set up properly. Need to see a base that we can spring off of. If you look at a daily chart of the spiders, pretty obvious.
Shares of Digimarc, DMRC, hitting the highs on the day now, up 20% after that press release from the company that they are
50-day
Digimarc platform has been
below.
as the principal technology of Pulse Value Chain Edition, Holy Grail 2, that's DMRC at the highs now. BFF shares resume trading with further drive.
No follow through on futures.
$6.
Tick cumulative turned back down again. All right, so the 50-day is right there. So I'm thinking we're going to test that first. Bounce off the 50-day, maybe. A lot of people will be anticipating a bounce off the 50-day. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. So I'm just going to sit and wait. All right, so that's an 8% drop. If we get to the 50-day, that's an 8% drop. That would certainly figure in as a normal correction anywhere from 5 to 10%. In a bullish trend, we are up over 70% from the March lows to the recent highs. So giving back 8%, not bad. Let's go to SPY. Let's take a look at the sectors real quick. XLY, XLP, still rising. So institutions aren't blatantly positioning bearish. This is not flattening out like it did here in late 2018 or in February where it rolled over very quickly. We're at highs. and continuing to push higher. So it looks nothing like February or late October, November, December of 2018. So we should assume by data suggestion that institutions have not started buying XLP, XLU, XLV earnestly to position bearishly. They're positioned just the way they were since the March lows. All right, so let's take a look at something else here. Let's see what new highs, new lows looks like. We want breadth to pick up after that move lower last week. All right, below the zero line, barely holding these levels from earlier in August. The daily is below the zero line. The last time we did this was over here, and the markets managed to move higher anyway. Okay, so the fact that the NYHL is below the zero line is not an end all. It just means that we are unwinding some of the gains that we've had over the last few months. Makes perfect sense. We do have a sell signal. We have 3 red sticks. We're still on a sell signal. Looking for a bounce. Let's look for the 50-day. Let's see what the 50-day looks like. All right, so the 50-day for the NYSE is way down there. We definitely don't want to go there. Definitely don't want to go there. Let's try the 21. Something's not right. Oh, I'm putting it at some wrong place. So we moved to the 21-day. $50-day is right there. So that's a good sign. We're very close to the 50-day moving average. If we can just get some follow through. So if we start to see some blue elder sticks like this right here, the last time we tested the 50-day, that'd be an excellent entry. So we're no longer extended. NYAD is moving lower, so lower lows, lower highs. All right. All right, so let's look at the SPY. We're on red Renko sticks, so the trend is down for now. We've had these periods where we have a long leg up and a period of consolidation. That's what we're seeing right now. So that's potentially a good thing. Now that we pull back, we're resetting. We need to see basing though. We don't have the base yet, and we're right above the 50-day moving average at 330. So can we see that? I'm thinking we're going to at least test it. Why wouldn't we test it? We're so close to it. If we don't test it today or tomorrow, then if we do bounce, I would expect that we're going to see more downside. There we go. They're selling some more now. The cumulative still dropping. All right. TNA pulling back. That's why I didn't want to buy anything up there at the highs. Gold pulling back. Everything's pulling back. Very near the 50-day moving average. I'm thinking that we could see the indices test the 50-day, and then we get a nice bounce. That would be nice. GLD pulling back. Most stocks pulling back. Yeah, everything's pulling back. TNA starting to bounce. So I like the pullback on TNA better. Nickel is starting to bounce. Disney, this is what Disney does. Towards the end of the day, market makers let this drop. They'll sell at the highs, they'll let it drop, and they'll buy it back at a lower level. That's pretty typical for Disney. TNA, can you bounce? We're at minus 64 on NIMO, so it's not getting worse. It's actually a little bit better. It was at minus 78 earlier, which would be a capitulation point. We also have minus 10 to 1 down volume, another capitulation criteria or signal. And stocks are just not really that interesting. They're just not. I looked at all of the IBD 50 stocks and I really wasn't that impressed with the bases or their risk reward at this level. I'd rather just wait a couple of days and see if we can get some sort of setup that works better. Hold on a second. All right, so we're drifting a bit lower. Not to be alarmed. Very possible, as we thought, coming into today, that the 50-day would be tested potentially, and it looks like that's what's going to happen. You know, not to be concerned. This is a normal way that the market's set up after they're very extended away from the 50-day and the 200-day and the 21-day, that they're going to come back in, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Doesn't mean you should jettison your accounts and go to cash. It's not that kind of pullback. At least that's not the way it looks right now. All right.
AAPL, Apple files counterclaims against Epic and is seeking damages and disgorgement of earnings and profit compensation. Says countercomplaint seeks a permanent injunction against continued operation of Epic's unauthorized payment mechanism. That's AAPL Apple.
All right, everything's pulling back as anticipated. So you made the money in the morning, and hopefully you took profits. All right, sounds like some more selling coming in. All right, stocks pulling back. Gold pulling back. Everything's pulling back. All right, so not surprisingly, with the futures taking out the low of this day and the low of last Friday, that we're seeing some concerned citizens selling. Q's very close to the 50-day, so are the SPY. So we're looking for that to bounce. Okay, folks, looks good. 3 o'clock approaching. Maybe they turn it around. It's right now at the lows, it is at 3-to-1 down volume, not like it was this morning at 10-to-1 down volume. So that's an improvement. Let me take a break real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Well, it looks like we're It looks like we took out the stops. Futures looks like we took out the stops.
President Trump to speak now in Jupiter, Florida on environmental issues. S&P futures bouncing off the lows here, 33.40.75.
All right, we're testing lows again.
December credit was $12.25 billion. Consensus was plus 13.75 billion.
All right. All right, watching for a test of the 50-day. Watching for a test of the 50-day. Tick cumulative still dropping though. Tick is still dropping. It'd be great to test the 50-day overnight and then bounce. Futures bounce. That would be nice. All right, workhorse pulling back. Disney bouncing now.
S&P futures reversing again now towards the lows, 33.32.
Okay, so earlier we talked about gamma. The volatility trigger is at 3420. A lot of interest at 3400, which didn't offer support that we thought, as various flows entered the market today after a long weekend. Under 34.20, the market is quite vulnerable to another large move. All right, we're definitely below 34.20 today. At 33, just above 33.20, so we're very vulnerable to a big move. Could overshoot the 50-day, so you have to be prepared for it. Maybe have some gold calls. Everything is pulling back more now. Workhorse giving back everything that it had today. Just about. It's still up over $1.40. Should probably be up and again tomorrow. The tendency on Workhorse has been to the upside. More deals being put together. More talk amongst many companies about electric vehicles, getting discounts, using them for business, for corporate, commercial, truckers, and everything else. So I think that's going to continue. It might not close at the high of the day every single day, but we got a nice move in Workhorse today. Sold near the 2370s and took some off as it started to fade. Still got the core position, looking for a bounce. Anyway, with respect to Gamma, the call wall is 34.50. That's the upper resistance going into September options. Remember, September is not the best month of the year to be investing, starting an investment. Let's see what else they had to say. Looking for a bounce as long as we're above the vol trigger. 35.50 remains the top into OPEX. So we're not getting that bounce. We're not staying above the vol trigger. Vol trigger is at 34.20. Volatility trigger, that should spike VIX. Okay, so we should be seeing VIX moving higher. All right. Ba, 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 ba. Starting to see some potential buy the dips, in particular on GLD. Watch GLD here. This might be an opportunity on the dip. If you were thinking about buying gold today, this dip is going to give you an opportunity. We're still below Friday's closing level. Let's see, Nicola. Looking for more buy the dip opportunities. Buy the dip on TNA. No follow through yet. We need to see that reversal candle or 3 or buy the dip. Starting to see buy the dips work. Slack is starting to see a buy the dip. Starting to see buy the dips. Starting to see buy the dips on gold, GLD. Buy the dip on Tesla. Tesla starting to show up by the dip. TNA. All right, futures. Looks like they took out the stops that were below the Friday low. We previously came down and touched that and looked like we are going to reverse. Now we, on the 60-minute candles, at around 1300, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, we had some bullish looking 60-minute candles, and then we took that out on the 2 o'clock candle into the 3 o'clock candle, and now we're trading into the last hour of the day. So we're seeing wicks down there at 33.40. Really need to close above 34.20. Need to close above 34.20. That is the volatility trigger. Alrighty. Looking at KSU. KSU, by the dip, KSU looks really good here, actually. Looks good. Where is my... KSU is really starting to book here. What's going on with KSU? KSU going off the lows here. Watch KSU. KSU looks good, folks. Maybe scale into a position. All right, it's starting to move. All right, KSU looks good. KSU looks good. starting to bounce. Pull back to breakout zone. Could see more, I would imagine. Buy the dips, gold working a little better. TNA looking good. KSU looks good. Slack looks good. Workhorse looks like a buy the dip. I'd like to see a follow through instead of a bear flag, obviously. We got a few minutes to go for the remaining session. 45 minutes to go.
SNOWs, no flexies up to C48 future.
Okay, these buy the dips are not really enticing many, which makes sense this time of day. I'm not surprised. But I would like to see some shorts covering. That'll set up a nice trade tomorrow, most likely. And then we'll go from there. Looks good. KSU, looking for a follow through. KSU TNA, looking for that to follow through. All right, it's been a good day. KSU starting to move. Yep, looks good. KSU, I'd love to see it get back up to 200. That'd be nice. 800 million on the buy side. Slack work looks good. Work, nice buy the dip follow through. Looks like it's going to continue. VWAP is overhead. That's the only issue. We're at minus 65, NIMO improving. Gold by the dip hasn't followed through yet. Workhorse, same thing. Workhorse is at the low of the day, or the low in the afternoon session, I should say. Nikola hanging out at VWAP. Things should be fine tomorrow, as long as we don't like turn into another 50 handle down day to start. Possible buy the dip on Tesla. No follow through yet. All right, so not bad. Forming these wicks at the low of the day. Friday's lows. Need to get back above that. All right, futures looking much better now. Tick is still not impressing me. Tick is still not very impressive. All right, I'll be right back. Be right back.
CLSK clean spark with a new buy rating, new buy from Paul Pilley. CLSK, Charlie Lima Sandy Kilo.
High tickler plus 800.
Coming up in less than 30 minutes after the close today at 4 p.m. Earnings from WORK, Slack Technologies, a loss of 3 cents expected. Or Slack, WORK, Lululemon, earnings of 51 cents expected for Lehman Uniform. Also, CASY, Casey's General Stores, COUP Cooper Software, EFX Equifax, reporting after the close.
Okay. All right, nice bounce in the future. Nice. Let's take a look at Tesla. Let's see how that looks. Tesla, probably not a bad setup, right? Tesla. AMD, Tesla. Tesla, watching it here. Not a bad place. Okay, looks good. AMD looks good too. AMD. Buy the dip on Workhorse looks good. Nice bounce. Looks like it's going to keep going. Nikola. All of the usual suspects look pretty good for a bounce now. Oh, tick. That's got to be your reverse tick, right? All right, so we seen a little selling there. 34.20. 33.40. What was it? The vol trigger was at, I thought it was 34.20. Vol trigger is 34.20. 34.20. So we need to get all the way back up to the high of the day. I don't see that happening. But by tomorrow, maybe we would get it back above 34.20. That's the vol trigger. It's 3-to-1 down volume. It started the day at 10-to-1. I'm thinking they're going to keep buying the low here. Looks like anyway. Hold on a second, guys. All right, sorry, that was my wife interrupting. All right, futures, can we get above this level? 33.50, 33.35 would be nice, right? 3,400 had been support for a long time, 3,400. And with the vol trigger at 34.20, if we can manage to get back above that this week, that'll probably catch a lot of shorts, which would help fuel the move back up. They'll buy the dip. And, a normal correction, anywhere from 5 to 10% in a bullish market that's run up 70%, that's not surprising to me at all. I hope it's not surprising to everyone else. So let me do that. Let me go to stock charts. Looks like Workhorse and the others are going to continue to bounce. SPY. SPY. Daily. So, all right. So there you go. Market's up over 60, what was it, 63%. Hold on one second. I got to get this guy.
VFF, Victor Foxtrot, price target raised to $20 at Raymond James. That's VFF.
Okay, we haven't broken back above that level, have we? Yeah, well, not surprising. Sorry, that was my banker. I had to take care of that. All right, so I apologize for all of this. I'm sure it's frustrating for some. Longer term members are used to the fact that we don't get upset over 5 minutes, 10 minutes of price action. Price action, markets are not going to reverse or roll over in one day. You can see this rollover, if you want to call it that, it's taken 3 days. 2 or 3 days once we got to the highs. You can see the divergence. MACD was flat the entire time. Stochastics is almost oversold now. So we're setting up. We're showing some distribution days, but we're setting up for a long. And we almost got 65% off of the March lows. So we got long over here, okay, shortly after the March lows. And we're looking really good. I must have done something right. My wife's bringing me food twice today. Thank you. So we'll go from there. So we're up 65%. You know what? Let me just pull this over. I want to do something here. I want to put some Fibonacci's on this. Let's see. Last real pivot low. The last major pivot low was right here off the 50-day. So you can see very clearly that we're very, very close to an area where we should bounce. Okay, let me turn this around a little bit. Do that. All right, let me pull this up. I need a line here. I need a line. And that is good. All right, where are we? We got less than 15 minutes to go. I'm going to pull this line down a little bit. I know it's not precise, but 618 is right there at the Fibonacci line. And we got 50% and 618 right in this area. So this is looking really good, actually. Okay, I want to shade that, and I want it to be blue. All right, so there's your Fibonacci zone right there. Looks really good. This lines up precisely. Oops. Yeah, I wanted to do that, right? This lines up precisely with a nice move to the Fibonacci level. Awesome. That lines up perfectly. And then if we take another Fibonacci, let's see how this works out. The last time right here, and we'll go there. $382 lines up with 50, so we got confluence there as well. So we got some confluence. Let's make this red So we know the difference. Red. All right, so that's good. Got a few minutes to go for the closing bell. Where do I want to put that? Maybe I moved. This is getting a little confusing because I didn't see the price action. Let me just pull this over a little bit more. Could probably do this after hours, but I'm just going to do it now. Market's pulling back now a little bit. All right. I want to do that. No, I'll just do this. SPY fibs. All right, so that's good. SPY fibs there. Okay. All right, so all these confluence zones are aligned in that regard. So if we bounce at the 50-day, that means confluence zone of 50% retracement from this pivot low up to the pivot high. And that would be a 382 Fibonacci confluence with the pivot low here when we came back and tested 50-day. I think these are pretty strong numbers. So this should work pretty well. Computers are looking at those pivots. Last major pullback to the 50-day, and then the previous pullback to the 50-day. Um, is that better? That better? That's the closing bell. That's our closing bell. All right, so we finished near the lows of the session. For the most part, things pulled back a bit. AMD, stocks that look like we're going to reverse, looking better. All right, so we'll look for tomorrow to bring a better favor and trade accordingly. Work. Slack and Lulu have earnings tonight. All right, good night, everyone. Good night. Have a great evening. And we'll talk to you later. Ciao. Hey, bud.